or 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free.
Strike him out.
And now, coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains, Sportscall.
Hello again, everyone, and good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into the latest edition of Sportscall. I'm Andy Graham alongside Randy Lee, and we'll be with you for the next 2 hours, taking your phone calls and discussing everything relevant in the world of sports. We'd love to hear from you. Give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free, or locally at 334-887-3401. Anything on your mind today, any topic you'd like to bring up, or if you'd like to just comment on any of the things that we talk about. You're a huge part of this program, and we appreciate each and every phone call that we get. So give us a call today. Let us know. Interact with us in some way. You can check us out on Facebook, or you can just send us a tweet at SportsCallAU. A lot going on in the world of sports. Of course, the Olympics are still going on. United States women go down today to Serbia in volleyball. Tough match, went 5 sets, but United States had, I think, a 12-10 lead. Ended up losing, I think, 15-13. So they go down. Watch the mixed doubles badminton go for the gold medal. Thrilling. As Japan wins for the first time ever the gold medal in badminton over, I believe, the Netherlands maybe, or somewhere, I don't know, somewhere in Eastern Europe, who knows. But anyway, I just, the Olympics, what can you say? Pretty thrilling. Auburn officially finished with fall camp. Moving forward, they practiced yesterday. I think they'll practice again today, moving their attention toward the Clemson Tigers. I thought we'd do the same, Randy, today. Got a little composition here of the Clemson Tigers for 2016. We'll take a look at them, how they compare with Auburn, how they compare with the 2015 Clemson Tigers. Where are some of their weaknesses? Where are they the strongest? So we might look at some matchups there as Auburn will face Clemson in just over 2 weeks. So looking forward, that matchup is ever so growing closer. So everyone, I know, looking forward to that. We'll talk about some other things. We'll bring up some different topics today. Again, we can talk about the Olympics. What a weird story with the robbery that may not have been a robbery with Ryan Lochte and some of the swimmers. Just a kind of a bizarre story. Maybe it's been made up. I don't know. It kind of, who knows what's going on now. But I know that the Brazil actually took 2 of them off a plane, would not let them leave the country, and until they testified or at least had an interview about what happened. Just kind of a bizarre story there. Hopefully Jason Caldwell will join us at 4:30. We'll get his thoughts on everything going on in the world of Auburn sports. But, again, we'd love to hear from you, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Sports Call today brought to you, as always, by Home Place Mortgage. Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. They are the region's best mortgage professionals. They'll give you rates for all new home or refinancing mortgage services. Come to the right place. That is Home Place Mortgage of Auburn and Lake Martin. Check them out at homeplacemtg.com. I believe we are about to have a storm here at JR Sports Bar and Grill in downtown Alexander City, but we'll forge on, and we'll fight through the storm. Randy, good to see you today. How are you?
Glad to be here. It's football season, Andy. I can feel it. Trust me. We start with AHSA Radio Network crew tonight in Montgomery at Crampton Bowl as 3 Champions Challenge games start not only tonight but lead through tomorrow night and Saturday night. And Brett Pritchard.
Do these count?
They do count.
Okay.
Now in high school football, there's 11 weeks to play 10. So you can make this first week a jamboree game that doesn't count, or you can play games that do. And my understanding are these do. Sometimes we've gone over and some have and some haven't. But, again, that is your choice. You've got 11 weeks to play 10. Many teams are not playing this week, and they'll lead on through into the playoffs. And many start this week and take the last week off heading into playoffs. But Brett Pritchard and I will be on the air with the call tomorrow night, Phoenix City and Hoover.
That ought to be good.
Really good.
Who is Jamie Dubose at Phoenix
Jamie
City,
Dubose
right?
at Phoenix City, been there a couple of years, and then of course Niblett still at Hoover. Hoover trying to
Reclaim some glory here, right?
14 out of 15 years they made it to a state title game out of the North and lose last year. Don't make it last year, and if you look at this year, I think they come into the season, if I read correctly, ranked third in 7A in the preseason poll. Now, does that mean anything? No, but
Who's ranked above them?
That hasn't happened very often. McGill-Tulane, of course, definitely will be one. You know, Spain Park made it through. You've got some other teams. I'd have to pull up the Sports Writers Association poll, but best I can remember the last, it's been a little while since I looked, but about 3 weeks ago when I checked it out, I do think they came in third. But it's a great game, always a great event. We look forward to going over there and covering that. A ton of talent when you talk about both of those teams.
You love it when I put you on the spot, don't you?
Yeah, especially when I don't know the answer and you don't have it written on this paper in front of me.
This is true. Well, again, today, since Auburn has turned their focus toward the Clemson Tigers, and we've been batting it around for a month now, you know, really, well, more probably 6 months, about Auburn trying to figure out, you know, who predictions on the season, and we've kind of been looking at it as a whole. Well, you know, it's 2 weeks away now. I think it's time to start focusing on the micro, not the macro. So, you know, we can all still have our opinions about what the season's going to be. Auburn still haven't named that quarterback, although it seems like from what everybody seems to be, everybody's hearing the same thing. Maybe it's what we want to hear. I'm not sure, but everybody seems to think Sean White's the leader in the clubhouse. He will be named the starter. Now, whether that's true or not, we'll have to wait and see. Will they even name a starter before game time? Who knows with this coaching staff? But will they have any more scrimmages before the season? So who knows? I don't know. We'll talk to Jason, see if he can answer any of those questions. But taking a little bit closer look at the Clemson Tigers as we move toward game day on September the 3rd, Saturday night, 8 o'clock in Jordan-Hare Stadium. The Clemson Tigers returned 52 lettermen, 28 offensive, 21 defensive, 3 on special teams. They lose 28 lettermen off the team last year. Here's an interesting – this was in the ACC Media Guide. Returning production index. They returned 100% of their passing, obviously, Deshaun Watson. They returned 91% of their rushing total. Clearly, Deshaun Watson and Wayne Gallman were the mainstays. They put up tremendous yards last year. Deshaun Watson ran for 1,105 yards. Wayne Gallman ran for 1,527 yards. Both of those guys are back. Both of those guys are juniors. They accounted for, I think Watson ended up with about 12 rushing touchdowns around there. Gallman had 13. 71.6% of pass receptions, 73% of passing yards or receiving yards will be back. So Artavis Scott, Hunter Renfro, Jordan Leggett, 3 guys, add in Deion Kane, who is an up-and-comer there at Clemson. A tremendous amount of production coming back at wide receiver. Artavis Scott had 901 yards and 6 touchdowns on 93 receptions. You know, they looked at him 93 times. Hunter Renfro, 33 times they went his way. 492 yards, 5 TDs. Jordan Leggett, one of the best tight ends maybe in the country, was thrown to 40 times, 525 yards, 8 touchdowns. 86.8% of their scoring returns to this offense. So 9 starters return to the Clemson offense. 86.8% of their scoring return. 100% of their kickoff return, 100% of their punt return. But here's where it gets interesting. 46.1% of their tackling returns. So 64% gone, much in the same way as the Auburn Tigers. 68% of turnovers forced will return for the Clemson Tigers. But they lose an enormous amount of tackles, an enormous amount of production on the defensive side of the ball. We've been talking about tackles for loss. We've been talking about how, Auburn had 54. Shaq Lawson and Kevin Dodd had 49. Two guys for Clemson had 49 tackles for loss. Auburn had 54. That's the kind of thing. That's what they have to replace on the defensive side of the ball.
I think that would bode extremely well for Auburn if the Gus Malzahn offense that we all hope and pray comes back, and we can kind of hang our hat on that moving forward. Because let's don't kid ourselves. It's the reason he's the head coach at Auburn. He's a guru, proved it in the first year as the head coach at Auburn, taking us to a national title game. So if you can get Auburn to an offensive output that you've seen them in the past, and you've seen them much like a Baylor, that at least you've got that to hang your hat on when a Clemson team comes in that you do expect, you're not going to hold them down. They're going to get their share. Can you hope to keep it from getting into the 40s? Yeah, of course. You've got to have goals like that. But, I just don't believe that this guy, if he's anywhere near what he was like last year, and he proved in really the biggest situation he could in the national title game that he can produce, they're going to get theirs. We're going to have to get ours. I'm going back. I don't want to keep rambling on. My point is that, I just can't wait to see an Auburn offense like we expected to be able to at least sit back and watch for the Malzahn era.
They lose a lot in the secondary. They lose a lot on the defensive line. They lost a lot at linebacker. Auburn's got to take advantage of that. And the only way they can is if that offense is functional and if it's up-tempo. Think about this. The Austin Bryant, the guy, the defensive lineman, defensive end, pretty much their only guy, sophomore, coming back with experience, breaks his foot. He's out for the Auburn game. So you got to have a defensive tackle shift down and out, or shift out to play defensive end for Clemson. Very inexperienced. They lost, only bring back 5 starters anyway on defense. So, if Auburn's got a chance in this game, it has to be because their offense can take advantage, win that line of scrimmage a little bit. Clemson brings back their center. They bring back their left tackle. They bring back their right guard. Bring back 3 offensive linemen. Lose 2. So having to replace, you're putting a sophomore out at right tackle who is about 280 pounds. Can you say, Carl Lawson, it's your time to shine?
You hope.
You would hope.
Yeah, and others.
Yeah, and others.
You're not the only one.
Et cetera. Yeah.
That's the point that we've tried to beat home. And many Auburn fans that call into this program and others try to beat home. If one guy doesn't feel his potential, okay, one of the others. Because if there is ever a unit that we've done extremely well going out and getting warm bodies that a lot of people wanted, it's the defensive front, Andy. Again, this is a make or break year. Not only with the coaching staff, that I think especially when you talk about the defensive side of the ball, namely on the defensive front. I want Rodney Garner to be successful at Auburn. He's an Auburn guy. I get it, and he's a good recruiter. He's proven that even at Auburn. But, buddy, they got to produce, and it's got to get better with that unit.
Well, Jeff Holland's a guy that, this is his time. Last year he came in, played as a true freshman, but he's put on weight. They say that in practice he is, following in the footsteps of Lawson. So you got to have Byron Coward, the number 1 player. He's got they keep saying, how many times have we said they say? Every team says this. And every 2 guys like me and you in every other state are talking about their team. They say, well, they say, this guy looks so much. He's grown up in practice this year. Just you ought to wait and see what he's doing in practice. We talking about practice. Can you do it in the game? Can you fulfill that potential? It's the Byron Cowards. It's the Jeff Hollands. It's all those. It's the Marlon Davidson. How much is he going to play this year? Can he be not only play and be a body, but can he be effective? Byron Coward played last year, and he was a body that we put out there, but he got 6 tackles. Marlon Davidson's got to, if he's going to be out there, he's got to produce. Everybody's got to produce. Devereaux Lawrence, he's got to produce.
You know the funny thing?
Yes, sir.
Maybe the best one of the bunch you haven't even mentioned. That's talking about the depth. Yeah. You want to talk about a pro. If Montravius Adams doesn't look like a pro, I don't know what one looks like. He looks exactly the part of the 80s defensive linemen for Auburn that were athletic and physical and look like they can move around. He does.
He does.
And it's got to produce.
You got to have more tackles.
I think it's funny, though, that you sit there and you reiterate what I've been saying. I mean, he's 6th or 7th down the line of what you're willing to mention.
Right.
It's popping off the top of your head. You're not reading a list there.
That's true.
Got to get better. And it's going to be a great, great opening opportunity for that defensive front. I mean, I know that many are worried that you open with this, but if you're a competitor and that's what you do and your hopes are to make a living at it one day, buddy, if you can turn some heads in this one, it could be special.
Up against the break, just getting started. Love to hear from you. More Sports Call on the way right after this.
Everybody knows you've been stepping on my toes, and I'm getting pretty tired of it. You keep stepping out of line and messing with my mind. If you had any sense, you'd quit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. Sports Call today brought to you by Lee Marketing Group. From logo design and branding to ad placement, LMG can handle it all for ease of time, cutting-edge, results-driven marketing campaigns. Think Lee Marketing Group, your comprehensive marketing solution. Check them out at leemarketing.net. Talking about the Clemson Tigers, as Auburn will square off with the ACC foe just a little over 2 weeks from today. So we're running down as Auburn has turned their attention to Clemson. We have turned our attention to Clemson as well. As we mentioned in the previous segment, Clemson returned 16 starters to this team, 9 offense, only 5 on defense. We ran down really their offense, what they have coming back. Of course, the biggest two, I think, or the biggest factors, Deshaun Watson, obviously. But Wayne Gallman, he had 1,527 yards rushing last year, about a 5.4 average, 13 TD. So he was a huge part of that offense as well. They return pretty much every receiver. They do lose Sharon Peak, but they get Mike Williams, who was injured last year. He actually returned, so he didn't even play last season. He's a junior wide receiver with 15 starts in his career. So we talked about about the matchup, the Auburn, the offense, Clemson offense versus the Auburn defense, and having to replace 2 starters on the offensive line. Defensive line could be a big strength for Auburn this year if everybody comes to play, if everybody makes some improvement this year. So that could be a very interesting matchup to watch. Talking about the defense, as I said, Clemson must replace, much like Auburn, a tremendous amount of production from their defense. They lose 10 starters. As I mentioned, Sharon Peak, the wide receiver, they lose their tackle, Joe Gore, and their guard, Eric McLean. But the big ones on defense, Shaq Lawson, he had 25.5 tackles for loss last year, 64 tackles overall. Kevin Dodd had 23.5 tackles for loss, 62 overall. B.J. Goodson, linebacker, had 108 tackles last year, 14 for loss. Travis Blanks had 36. Cornerback Mackenzie Alexander. To both safeties, Jerron Curse and T.J. Green. T.J. Green had 95 tackles. So, I mean, they're going to be missing over, 400 tackles. Just about, it's much like what Auburn is having to replace with the linebackers from last year. But it certainly doesn't mean that, that they don't have guys that are going to step in and try to, and certainly try to attempt to fill those voids, but major production on the defensive line. Like I said, Clemson last year, this is the difference. This is how far Auburn has got to go. Clemson last year had 126 tackles for loss. 126. Auburn had 54. So, now granted, 49 or what?
Yeah, I think you said
63.
49. Yeah.
Including the linebackers, 63 of those are gone for Clemson. They got to replace. So that'd be about where Auburn is, right? Take those 63 away.
I don't even know where to begin with that, Andy. Yeah. I can say that I bet if you look at star rankings and you see the amount of talent that both of the teams have been able to generate on the defensive front and in those players that Clemson, yes, they've been very high, but not much higher than our position rankings, especially in that position, in my opinion. Just not much excuse that you can make up. We're staying on the positive with Auburn here in the first half of the Thursday edition of the show. One thing that you notice in the 2015 results for Clemson, they didn't run away from a lot of teams. Now, they did win these games, and you've got to tip your hat because that goes back to Auburn in 10 and 13. If you look down in the previous year, you notice that kind of got on by a few of them. But Clemson much the same way. Now, did they run on by Oklahoma? Of course. There in the semis, Alabama, of course, being able to nip them there late. I'm not taking anything away from them. I'm just speaking the facts. And that's that Louisville, Notre Dame, NC State, Florida State, Syracuse, South Carolina, and North Carolina, all of those teams played Clemson to within 10 points last year, and many closer than that. I'm just saying under a 10-point margin. You got to come to Jordan-Hare, come to Auburn. Do we have question marks? Of course. But I guess the next time we lose to Clemson at home will be the first. Is that right?
I believe that's right.
I mean, what's the series record between Auburn and Clemson?
It's
not
like
close.
30-something to 14, 30-something to 12.
Well, I mean, so and I know that has very little to do with this, but I'm just trying to set the ground rules that if we just think Clemson's going to come in and just roll over us, we probably better rethink it and look at historically what we're dealing with here.
They opened with Wofford. They ran all over them, won 49-10. But I noticed the second game of the year, now maybe they took them for granted at home, but Appalachian State, they only had 401 total yards. Clemson did. Now, they put them 41-10 still. But the first road game of the year, like you mentioned, you go on the road to Louisville, it's 20-17. It's the same Auburn team that, was running away from in the third quarter, and, things got hairy at the end, of course, and we all know that. But, I mean, it's the same team. So, like you said, Notre Dame, I mean, Notre Dame had a pretty good record at the end of the year last year, but I don't think anybody was afraid of them. They go to Clemson, and it's a rainy night, and if they, if not, they're trying to a failed 2-point conversion away from tying that game and sending it to overtime. So, to Clemson, yes, they're ranked number 2 in the country, and should be really, if not number 1. But it's going to come down to, I think the advantage Auburn has got to take, that doesn't make any sense, but the advantage they got to take advantage of is their Auburn's offense versus the Clemson defense, an inexperienced defense, because I think they're going to move the ball. I mean, as long as Deshaun Watson, if you can contain him, it'll be interesting to see their receivers and tight end versus our secondary. Auburn, I think we've got a pretty good secondary. Can we contain Deshaun Watson in the pocket with our defensive ends? Can we get pressure up the middle? That's how that's how you really destroy a pocket. You get pressure from up the middle. Those are going to be the thing, and I think I think we can. So this is going to be very fun to watch. I don't think it's as big a mismatch as some people outside of these two teams are looking at.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401. Just kind of breaking down the matchup here as Andy will be up tomorrow afternoon with Scott Hardy, as Brett and I will be on the road getting ready for Champions Challenge, Phoenix City against Hoover. You can pull those in on ahsa.com or al.com. We look forward to another busy high school season and college football just right around the corner. How many days to kick off? My brain's
17, 16.
16.
16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's here, buddy.
It's here.
We want to hear from you. Your thoughts on Auburn season, your thoughts on the opening game against Clemson.
1-888-9 Tiger 9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Hopefully when we come back, we'll be joined by Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back right after this.
Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply, locally owned and operated with over 30 years of experience, is very involved in giving back to our community. Our employees offer top-notch customer service with superior product knowledge, no matter the size of the job. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply have you covered.
Experience and knowledge from the pros. Russell Do-It Center and Building Supply.
Are you looking to book a Walt Disney vacation or cruise? Fairy Tale Journeys is here to make sure your experience is magical. Fairy Tale Journeys is an authorized Disney vacation planner which specializes in booking your Disney moment. Fairy Tale Journeys services are free and include more than 200 home-based agents to help make your Disney dreams come true, from lodging and fast passes to magic bands and other Disney experiences. Call Fairy Tale Journeys today and start making your Disney dream come true. 256-825-2668.
That's right. Our fun lake season is here again. Don't sit back and watch everybody else enjoy beautiful Lake Martin. Hi, I'm Angela Van Houten. Yes, the agent with the easy last name. Now is the perfect time for me to help you find the home of your dreams. We are in this together to make your experience better, because you aren't just buying a home, you're buying a lifestyle. Call me at 256-596-0566 or find me online at avhlakemartin.com. Remember the name Angela Van Houten with Century 21, the agent with the easy last name.
Welcome back, everyone, to Sportscall on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for about an hour and 25 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free or locally at 334-887-3401. We'll pick up your phone calls in the next segment, but right now we want to go to the phone line and welcome in our good friend Jason Caldwell from inside the Auburn Tigers. Jason, how's your day going so far? Hey, Jason, are you with us? No, Jason. So, well, maybe we can catch up with Jason a little bit later.
Yeah, hopefully so. Definitely had him there, and maybe new board at Tiger Communications. We're excited about that. Going to make things even bigger and better as we move forward into the football season, which Andy just said, 16 days away from kickoff. What a great opening weekend, Andy. A good place to go here.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A lot of tremendous games. I'm looking forward. I always look forward to that first Thursday night game.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
I mean, you know, South Carolina, ever since Steve Spurrier got there, it's kind of been, you know, their thing to play on that first Thursday night. I remember very clearly that I think they played Central Florida that first Thursday night. And, you know, it was we were all talking about how great it was going to be. And I think they threw a touchdown pass early, but it was not very good after that. But I think we maybe have Jason back on the line. Jason, you with us? No, Jason. Jason's in a hole somewhere. He's underwater, maybe. I don't know. It's raining pretty hard here, so he took the boat somewhere. I don't know. But we appreciate it. Trying. Maybe we can continue with that. Maybe we'll get him. Maybe we won't. But Randy and I'll continue on. We're talking about Clemson, talking about the opening night. South Carolina and Vanderbilt. I think it's a big game for Vanderbilt. Actually, and both for South Carolina. I think whoever wins that or whoever loses that game ends up in the bottom. Ends up the basement of the SEC. I really do. You know, I mean, you hate to put that kind of pressure on one game, but I mean, look at these two teams and what they have coming back. And I mean, there was only one offense worse than Auburn's last year, and it was Vandy. Because I think they played about 9 quarterbacks, and none of them were any good.
South Carolina's wasn't much better, Andy.
It was not. New coach, though. New excitement, maybe, there in Columbia. You know, how about, will it be you think, I mean, is there a possibility we could see the kid from Opelika possibly play quarterback for South Carolina this year?
I'd be shocked, but I mean, there's crazier things that go on. I mean, we've seen players come in year one and make a huge splash. One that I remember is Phillip Rivers. Now, I've seen Bentley and saw him a lot and was impressed with his athleticism, impressed with his arm strength. I think he's got all the variables that you're looking for. But The moment that you start with a pocket passing freshman quarterback, do I think an athletic freshman quarterback can make a bigger splash than one that's got to sit back there and read and live in a more pocket-friendly attack? That seems tougher to me, Andy. Your thoughts? I mean,
my thoughts on what aspect of it?
Well, just, to me, I feel like more of a up-tempo Nick Marshall.
Oh, yeah.
Spread offenses in high school that we even see now have gone to more of that zone read. And once you move from that zone read, there's not a lot of moving parts in the passing game. The passing game is generated because you're so versatile running the football, even with your quarterback.
That makes sense.
Yeah, pocket-friendly quarterback seems like it's tougher for one like that to come in and make a big splash.
Well, you don't see a lot of true freshmen coming in making big splashes anyway.
True.
Sam Bradford, as a redshirt freshman at Oklahoma, played and was really good, if I remember right. But the kid from Matthew Stafford, wasn't he a redshirt freshman?
I believe so. No, I think he was a redshirt.
All right, he came in and didn't play great, but he played serviceable. As a redshirt freshman, I think. Could we see Jacob Eason at Georgia as a true freshman come in? I honestly believe that will happen. I don't believe he'll start game one, but I believe he will. I believe he'll end up. I believe Auburn will face him in November. So I could definitely see that happening. Of course, the kid at South Carolina, he was still supposed to be in high school, right? I mean, he's still
yes.
He graduated early and got in there and went through spring. I guess he went through spring training, right? Or did he not? Was that?
I don't know. He didn't go through
that's
spring.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
He just got on campus a little early. So, but that's I don't know. I'm just looking forward to the game. I know it will probably be terrible because it usually is. You'll see you get a Mississippi State Vandy or a South Carolina Central Florida or South Carolina NC State. And you're so keyed up for it, and then the game is just not that good. But college football's, it's going on. So I mean, you don't really care if the game's any good. You just want to see it. Just want to see it kicked off. Some of the guys hit each other.
Isn't it crazy the downfall of South Carolina, talent-wise? How did the talent get to this point, Andy?
I think Spurrier got lazy. I mean, I've heard. I mean, I don't think that's in any way breaking news that he just didn't really enjoy recruiting anymore and didn't put a lot of. I mean, I don't want to say he didn't put a lot of effort into it. That may be selling him a little short, but he didn't. I don't think he put the enormous amount that so many of these other coaches. These he's even said it. That's why he didn't. He went to the NFL and he was like, these people working 80-hour weeks. He said, I don't think that's not what I'm going to do. That's not what I'm about. He said, I think we can, put in a 40, 60-hour week and we can be pretty good. And, well, it didn't turn out that way. So I think he pretty much carried that. He was nearly 70 years old. So I don't blame him. But in this day and age in the SEC, if you're not putting in those kind of hours, you're falling behind.
888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. Again, love to hear from you out there as we're moving into the Thursday edition of Sports Call today. And the phone lines will be open the entire second hour of the program as well. So give us a phone call. Give us your thoughts on the opening game versus Clemson, the season as a whole. Have you been watching the Olympics? Andy seems to have been watching the Olympics lately.
Love it. You can't. I don't know. I mean, I just can't get enough of it. I watched handball today. I watched the Netherlands and who was it? France play a handball game to see who went to play for the gold medal, and enjoyed it. I mean, it's odd, but it is what it is.
Never mind. Thought we had a phone call. We're just going to hold off on that end. Back in production. Let's hold off with only a few minutes left here in this segment as hopefully we'll get all that straightened out.
Maybe we will. Maybe. Well, the United States dominates the Summer Olympics. Has since really Los Angeles in '84.
Is that right?
Before that, it was, them and the Soviet Union battled it out. But really, since '84, the United States has pretty much won the medal count every year. Every 4 years ever since then. But I started looking at it, and when you base it on like population-wise, right now, as of this morning, I probably have more by now. But the United States had 93, China had 54, Britain 50, Russia 41, Japan 33, France 31, Germany 30, Australia 25, Italy 23, Korea 16. Australia's only got a little over 24 million people, but yet they're, 8th on the list. China's got 1.4 billion people. Person for person, Australia's got nothing to be ashamed of. That's what I'm saying. 25 medals. United States, of course, 325 million people. But Britain, 65 million people, they got 50 medals. Person for person, they're probably doing the better. They're doing the most with what they got. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I don't think you'd lose that argument. What is this odd story about Ryan Lochte and the robbery?
I don't know. I thought they were supposed to be some kind of press conference today. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but four swimmers said that they were held up at gunpoint and robbed in a taxi. And then, of course, I think Lochte, he's gone. He's back in the United States, as well as the other, as one more of them is. But I think their stories have kind of changed a little bit, and now Brazil is saying there was no robbery, and they wanted to investigate it. And then Lochte and the swimmers said that, well, they didn't report it to begin with because they felt like they'd get in trouble, which makes no sense to me. But I'm sure there are some true stories to this, but I hadn't heard them yet. Don't want to speculate, but
what would they get out of lying about this?
It sounds like maybe they were doing something they shouldn't have been doing, somewhere they shouldn't have been doing it, and came up with a story to cover up what might have. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe it was. I hope it's not something untoward. Let's just say that. But the other two guys, which I can't, their names were Gunnar Bentz and Jack Conger, were heading home, and the authorities stopped them from leaving on a flight Wednesday night. Authorities are still seeking answers about how they allegedly were robbed on Sunday morning. So not letting them leave the country without doing some interviews here, things are getting interesting. Now, there may be more that has happened with that story, and maybe they've resolved it to some degree, but it's just bizarre, really.
Have we learned any lessons from this, though? The 2 or 3 weeks leading into this games, everybody was going to come home sick.
Yeah, that's true.
Lose fingers, limbs were
murdered
fall
in the
off.
streets.
Yeah. Water's just unbelievably
Well, the water
unsanitary.
is bad. Let's be honest. Nobody's drinking ocean water there.
But, going back to the World Cup, which was in the same area, and now to this, which is only within a year apart.
Right.
Have you heard anything really bad?
No, not really.
Not Atlanta bad. Ain't
No.
have a bombing.
Well, that's true.
That's what happened an hour and a half from here.
That's out of your control, though, really.
I know that, Andy, but my point is that people just take things to the nth.
It's true. They blow. Well, what else were you supposed to say? They were deposed. They impeached their president 2 weeks before the games. There's chaos in the government. They found a foot on the beach. That happened. Okay, so I'm glad nothing's happened. I'm very glad. I'm glad no Olympic athletes have had to quit because of Montezuma's revenge here or something. But I don't know. There's a reason people were negative coming into it. Anyway, we'll take a break. We'll come back. We'll try to straighten all this out and see if we can come up with some good answers. Be sure to join us on the other side. More Sports Call is on the way right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to Sports Call on this Thursday afternoon. Andy and Randy here with you for one more segment in the first hour of today's show. Give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free, locally at 334-887-3401. Talking about the Olympic swimmers. I got a little update on that, but we'll wait to get some clarification. But not good. Not good for the Olympic swimmers there, at least some of them. Appears that some tomfoolery, skullduggery has gone awry. But anyway, we'll move on from that ugliness. Then it's not. I don't think it would. Put it this way, it didn't fall in line with the Olympic spirit. You know, the girl, from the United States got tripped up, blew her knee out, and yet she helped her competitor up. Said, "Come on, let's finish the race." And then she basically had to crawl. Well, no, she didn't. She actually running, but and then people talk, that's the Olympic spirit. That's what it's all about. And then you have a story like this. And it's like, Ryan Lochte took the Olympic spirit and took a dump on it. I mean, it's just not, it's ugly. It's ugliness. Am I wrong?
Sounds like there were vandals.
That's what it sounds like.
Anybody got any more information on this? We'd love to hear from you. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401. I knew it was odd.
Yeah, it was.
And you called it odd too.
Yeah, I did.
Well,
I don't know if did you see the? I think all these stories that you hear, these weird ones that come out, and it's usually some kind of ugliness that happens. But you see the Will Smith movie about the concussions in the NFL?
Yeah, I'll watch it.
Tell the truth.
Yeah,
tell the truth. That solved most problems. Tell the truth. Just tell the truth. I'm an idiot. I got drunk. I made a fool of myself. Instead, no, I got robbed at gunpoint. And I'm sure they thought, well, that'll be a bully.
I bet this guy knows an update right here. Brett, you're on Sports Call. You there with us, Brett?
What's going on, guys? How are you?
Good. We're glad to have you. Did we miss something on this Lochte story today?
Yeah, a little late this afternoon. Probably around 2-ish. It came out, CNN and most of the news stories came out, and pretty much some surveillance camera footage of the swimmers in a taxi cab pulling up at this convenience store. The convenience store owner released the surveillance footage of them vandalizing the sign off the building, urinating in the alley with the store manager. And guys, it just appears like the whole thing was made up and fabricated, and everybody was starting to wonder about that on Monday after it was released on Sunday. And there's been holes in everybody's story, and Lochte's changed, his story subtly 2 or 3 times. It went from guy was holding a gun to his forehead to maybe that really wasn't what was happening. And when people start doing that, you start questioning. But today, a lot more information comes out, and it doesn't look good for them. And, frankly, you work your whole life to do what they've done, and in 5 short minutes you can tarnish everything. And right now these guys look like a pack of liars and a bunch of guys that falsely accused a country of something that didn't happen.
Oh boy, here we go. Yeah, well, I don't know. What do you say? Like you say, it's I don't know how old those other guys are. I'm assuming Lochte might compete or was planning on maybe competing 4 years from now, but I don't know how young those other guys are. But you think their Olympic careers are over?
Well, I think maybe the first thing that you do if you're not the IOC, but the United States Olympic Committee is maybe you look at, stripping them of what they've won. And because of the dishonesty and what the issues that they've caused. And, it's apparent that they went out to a club and got a little intoxicated and got a little belligerent and tried to and were worried that maybe something would come out of that. So they tried to get ahead of the story and make up something and lie about it. But two wrongs don't make a right, definitely, and that's what these guys have done. And Andy, I don't know, maybe I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm sure they're going to try to stick to their guns, but it's hard to argue with surveillance footage. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens to these guys and where this goes from here.
Brett, we'll miss you on the program tomorrow, but I won't miss you. I'll be calling some football with you. It is here. We got a great game to call tomorrow night, don't we?
Man, we do. There's one that kicks off the Champions Challenge tonight that Luke and JJ will be calling between two great football teams. And this Champions Challenge is just a fun event. But tonight's Hillcrest and Demopolis. And tomorrow you and I have the number 3 team in Hoover in 7A versus the number 4 team right over here in our area at Phoenix City. And two classic coaches, two guys that know a lot about each other, have faced off against one another in numerous state championship games back when Hoover and Prattville played all those times. I'm looking forward to it. Great programs, and these games do count this week, so they're going to be going at it.
Thank you, Brett. We appreciate the update. Andy and I clearly were out of the loop there, but I'm sure we'll be hearing more and more about that one as they head on home from Rio.
No doubt about it. I think this is just the start of all of it.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, guys.
Ambassadors of the United States. Thanks so much, Ryan Lochte, with your bleached hair. Wow. Anyway, apologize to Brazil. I apologize for relating the story about finding the foot on Copacabana. I didn't mean to disparage the country, but that's sad. But that's pretty much going to wrap up the first hour, and I think that's a pretty good note to wrap it up on, to be quite honest. But Randy and I will be back with hour number 2. The Fox Sports Report is coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Coming to you live from the loveliest village on the plains. Sportscall.
Hello again and welcome back to the Thursday edition of Sportscall. Andy Graham and Randy Lee here with you for one more hour, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free or locally at 334-887-3401. Let us know what's on your mind this afternoon. I talked a lot about the Clemson Tigers in hour number one, broke down some of their statistics. 16 returning starters, lose 10 starters off that team last year that went and played for the national championship. They returned 9 starters on offense, only 5 starters on the defensive side, returned both their punter and place kicker as well. It could be interesting. Their place kicker was a freshman last year, made 27 field goals last year. So they kicked an awful lot of field goals, although they scored 38.5 points a game. So, they were scoring touchdowns in the red zone at about 60%. So 40% of the time they were getting held out. Maybe that's an interesting statistic that Auburn could turn in their favor. But you just look at this offense returning; it is jam-packed with explosive players, and it starts with Deshaun Watson. You got Wayne Gallman, of course, Artavis Scott, Hunter Renfro, Jordan Leggett. They returned 3 starters on the offensive line: their center, their left tackle, and their right guard. So they will be some inexperience out there at right tackle. Right now, the projected starter is Jake Frumorgan. He is a sophomore, 6'6", 280 pounds. Auburn's got to exploit that. When you have somebody like that, on the offensive line, like we mentioned in the first hour, Carl Lawson, Jeff Holland, Byron Coward, all the Marlon Davidson, all these guys, these defensive ends, Auburn's got a lot of depth. Well, they've got to use that depth. And you got to use tempo on a defense that's got to replace so many starters and so many tackles and so much production. That up-tempo pace, the explosive plays, all those kind of things, as we talked about in the first hour. If you got any comments or any thoughts about the Clemson Tigers, of course, we'll be talking about them for the next 2 weeks, as we are now only 16 days away from game time. So if you got any thoughts on the Clemson Tigers, any matchups that you think Auburn can exploit, where do you think Auburn where do you think Auburn can have an advantage? Where do you think Clemson is vulnerable? Where do you think Auburn is vulnerable the most against Clemson? We're talking about all those things. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401 as we left the program in hour number one. Across the ticker, breaking news: Ryan Lochte has been indicted in Brazil for falsely reporting a crime. So, as Brett said, this is just the beginning. So, I don't know what penalty that carries in Brazil, but I say extradite him. Let's send him back. Let's see what happens. But that may be 20 lashes over there now. I don't know. Who knows in Brazil? What do you think?
I don't know where to go with this one, Andy. I think that he got out of the country.
Uncharted water.
When did he get out of the country?
2 days, Wednesday.
Fast
maybe
as he
Tuesday.
could?
Yeah, apparently.
Does he have to go back?
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean,
You don't know the laws?
I don't know the law. I'm not familiar with international law when it comes to extradition as far as the United States and Brazil. But it'd be interesting. If he's a stand-up guy, he'll go back. Would you go back? Oh, you wouldn't go back. I wouldn't go back. I probably wouldn't go back.
I'd have to. I mean,
unless I was made to.
You think you will be made to? Probably.
I think maybe public perception, maybe force him. Yeah. And I don't know. I mean, how much power does the Olympic Committee have? I mean, is that where we're at now? Or are we in? We're talking about laws, Brazilian laws. He's indicted by Brazil, so that's interesting. He's a wanted man. I don't know.
And the other 2 are still over.
So, yeah, 2 of them are still over, and there's another one that left too, but it didn't say anything about them. As he may be the only one that actually reported it. So I don't know. This is an interesting story. An ugly turn of events from a very positive and very good and exciting and eventful Olympics.
And I don't blame Brazil because all the negative press and all the negative pub throughout the world. Plenty of it here in the U.S. You heard Hope Solo. She got blistered up good. Brazilian and healthy and out there in that beautiful blue water that you see and walked into one of the stadiums, I'd have probably blistered her up pretty good too. But as a country, I would indict this one to the fullest extent.
Sure, why not?
Because if things went off without a hitch, I'm sure there were some hitches, but nothing major, and someone tries to tarnish the image that you worked so hard to produce, boy, I'd fight that one thoroughly, and I bet they do, Andy.
Yeah, Jimmy Fegan also indicted in Rio for falsely reporting a crime. So Jimmy Fegan was
What's
the one.
Is he a swimmer too?
He is a swimmer too. He's the one that has left as well. So they've got the two, Jack Conger and Gunnar Bentz. They didn't let them leave, but I think those other two, Jimmy and Lochte, they are on United States soil, I believe.
Where is the video?
That's a good question. It's got to be out there.
Brett Pritchard, if you care anything about us, if you'll pull that video up and share it through Sportscall and the rest of our outlets, that would be much appreciated because this one's got to be great. For real.
Yeah. What did he say they were peeing on? He was breaking up a little. He was breaking up a little bit when he was relating the story, but they urinated on something. I don't know what it was, but my goodness. Anyway, well, that's
hangover run through
that's the picture I'm getting in my head. Maybe they were roofied. I hope they were.
888-9 Tiger 9 334-887-3401 medal count USA, sitting at 93. China there at second with 54. So we've been enjoying the Olympics, but let's move back over to football. Talked a majority of the first hour about football and Clemson and the Auburn matchup there in 16 days that we will have. I thought this was a pretty interesting segment that you had put together, and coaches mentioning their worst defeats of all time.
Yeah, I thought that was those are we always talking about that. Always talk about that. We always mention, when you bring up a game, oh boy, that was awful. But I had heard Gus say that before about the two high school championship games. He of course mentioned the Florida State Auburn game as the three that he mentioned. As the three that haunt him the most. When you talk about what's your worst loss? What's the worst loss you remember? It could have been a blowout. It could have been a last-second loss. I think the point is when you say what is your worst loss, it's the ones that you can't forget. It's the ones that, they just always seem to come up. They almost haunt you. And there have been a few. 85, Auburn, Alabama comes up quite a bit. LSU, Auburn, LSU, 1988, that one comes up quite a bit for me as haunting.
I think anybody that grew up during that era, of course you don't want to lose to Alabama, but that 88 one had so much riding on it. A lot more riding on it than that 85 game that Auburn ends up losing 5 games that season. It wasn't a lot riding on that one.
That's true.
A blistering by Texas A&M, and the Cotton Bowl was the only thing that was the next thing to come from that. But 88 was a national title run, potentially. So I'm with Gus. Gus mentions 2 high school state championship games, one that they lost in double overtime, another they lost very late, 17-13. Rhett Lashley was the quarterback during the double overtime loss that he says probably a team they should have defeated. Looking back on it, and that's saying a lot. Coaches don't normally say that, so that just kind of tells you how he frames that one in his mind. And then, of course, the 2013 championship game loss last few seconds against Florida State, and that's 3 tough ones. Right there, but you're right. I don't know that anybody – I would be surprised if anybody brings up one where they lost 59-0.
I gotta say that Texas A&M Auburn 2012 game.
Well, that one stands out to you.
That one, it stands out to me more than. I mean, I don't even think about the 38-0 Georgia. I don't even think about the 49-0 Alabama. I mean, those don't even register with me, really.
Can I tell a story real quick?
But that A&M game.
How long did you stay?
I stayed till the half.
You made it till half?
I made it till 42-7.
Oh, my.
Or it was 42-0.
I left at 28 zilch. And
it was 42-7.
And then, look, there could be, we got a nice little section that we sit in and have been a long time. Brett longer than us, but family sits there and good people. And people that sit around us, good people. But and I don't mean this in any kind of harm, but we got up to leave when it was 28-0. I'd seen all I could.
That was the first quarter, wasn't it?
It was the beginning of the second.
Okay.
Right at the beginning of the second. I mean, it looked like they could have scored 150 if they'd have chosen.
No doubt.
But it was 28-0, and I remember looking behind, and we got on up, and we were gone. It's time to go. I'd had enough. I looked to the side. I said, if you're hanging out, go ahead. And the people behind me heard, and they said, geez, that's just – they tried to scorn me. Can't believe y'all are leaving. I told them. I said, and I told the lady, I said, I cannot believe you're willing to sit here and watch this. This makes my stomach turn over. And maybe many of you Auburn fans that are out there just that type that are willing to hang in there. But, buddy, I will jump ship in a heartbeat and run on out of that stadium. I tell you one, Brett and I left early. Tennessee, when Cody Burns came in at quarterback, we couldn't complete passes.
Yeah,
that year. Tony Franklin's the coach. We won the football game.
We won the game.
Because I think Cody hit a 8-yard hitch pattern late in the game to get us a first down off our goal line. We were able to win. Both teams were horrifically bad.
Yeah.
We left that one. That's how bad it was.
I don't think Tennessee made a first down in the second half, did they?
And maybe you say that's some pretty good defense shouldn't have left. I mean, but just watching it, you knew that we were in trouble, and we were the rest of the year after that one.
Yeah. Well, what's your worst loss that you remember? Is it a blowout? Is it a tight one? We'll talk about some of the other coaches. Interesting one for Mark Richt. It was a championship game between Florida State and Oklahoma. They lost, 14-2 or something like that. Interesting.
Well, he was offense coordinator.
He was. 1-888-9-TACKER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Sports Call will return right after this.
First thing I remember knowing was a lonesome whistle blowing and a youngin's dream of growing up to ride.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you for about 38 more minutes, taking your phone calls at 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll free locally at 334-887-3401. Don't blame Ryan Lochtey's mother. She tried.
Wow, you went there. Let's go back to the phone lines. Al, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys. How are y'all this afternoon?
We're good. Glad to have you, Al.
Thanks. The single worst loss in Auburn history is about to be relived.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here it comes. I'm going to be 66 next month. So, fellas, I have attended, seen on TV, or listened on the radio to a lot of Auburn games, and this would broke my heart. I was 13 years old, and after the game, I was so distraught. My dad sent me out in the yard to rake leaves in the rain. Auburn went over to Mississippi State. We had Jimmy Seidel and Tucker Fredrickson. Do you remember those names?
64.
I remember
what
the
year
names,
was it? 64,
yeah.
65.
Wasn't it 60? I was thinking it was 63, but
could have been.
Anyway,
Yep, gotcha.
Went over to Mississippi State, and I will never forget this guy's name, and I don't know how good he was, but he was good enough that day. Justin Canale was the field goal kicker for Mississippi State, and we should have beaten them pretty handily that year, I think. But man, they stuffed Seidel and Fredrickson. You know, those guys would run student body left and student body right and student body right up the middle and just kill everybody. They were a load for anybody. But Mississippi State stuffed us that day, and Justin Canale kicked a game-winning field goal in the waning seconds to beat us 13-10, and my heart broke.
That's a great one. I've never heard that one.
I've never heard that one before.
Oh, man. Hey, worst loss in Auburn history. Don't you guys know that? I mean, everybody knows that, right?
That's a good one there, Al.
That's a good one. I love your guys' show. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much. And that's what we're looking for out there. Those of you, it may be a really big one. Maybe that 13 championship game. Maybe some others. But
one that doesn't mean – I mean, that's the thing.
But for many, it's when it's most important to you. I think with age, and I'm not saying always with age, but I think I've said this on the show a lot. From about the years of 8 till 16 years old or somewhere like that, I mean, it was real important to me.
Oh, yeah.
I had to go to school and live with these Bammer humans that would just make your ears bleed, and I'm not even going to bring up some of them. I work with some of them.
Yeah, some of them you bet your milk money.
Some of them I have shows with, family members that we have shows with that would literally, I mean, just make your year awful to know that this happened. That was just that game, of course. But, I mean, they took glory in any loss.
That's true.
So I always remember those, Andy. And I think that's what you're hearing right there from Al.
Yeah, that was a good one. I was not alive when that took place. But I had to go back and look that up and see if I can't learn some more about that.
Back to the phone lines. Michael, you're on Sports Call.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
We can. Glad to have you, Michael.
Hey, guys. The away Florida game, I think the year after Duval had kicked the one in the rain, it hurt me the most. Growing up and then just the way the swamp was rocking, and I mean, that was the place that, dreams went to die basically before, LSU really came about. But I always wanted to beat Florida in the swamp, and we were down and out, and Cadillac got knocked out of the game, and Ronnie came back, and that was kind of his breakout game. I thought we had it, and, a chip shot, extra point, field goal looking. We kick it in the back of the lineman's head, and I'm so sick and just ready to puke. And then Rex Grossman goes down in overtime and throws the most beautiful pass that I've seen it live between like 2 or 3 defenders, and I think Javar Gaffney caught it tippy-toed in the back of the end zone, and I'm just going, we had it. I'll take the one the year before and let them have that. Just let me have had the one in the swamp to go into the swamp and beat them all those years of my teenage years in the 90s. You know, I was really young in 93 and 94, but I remember Warfel and Matthews just owned us after that. And I was just ready to dominate them again. And I just remember that game made me want to puke. But the North Carolina Bowl game was probably the worst game I've ever seen as well. But it was both sides, so it wasn't just a bad loss. That whole game was terrible.
Yeah, I agree. That North Carolina, that might be the worst bowl game ever been played. But I remember that Florida game exactly what you're saying. I mean, I thought Jason Campbell finally started looking like he was going to take control of the team. Ronnie Brown came out of nowhere. We're like, where's this guy been? Just running up and down the field. And, you know, Damon Duval would go through these stretches. I mean, like you say, I mean, he could kick a 45-yard field goal in the rain right down the middle. And when you go back and look at that, I mean, yeah, you say he kicked it in the it got, I guess it was technically, I guess they called it blocked, but it wasn't even going to be good anyway. Yeah. I mean, he looked like he
hooked the snapper's back, I think, if I remember correctly, and I'm just going, what?
I think it was going. I mean, he was going to shank that, even if it cleared the line. There was no way it was going to be good, as I remember. But it was just good grief. I'm like, yeah, that was a bad one. That was a bad one.
So it's been pretty bad. But y'all guys have a good one. I was in the band, so I had to sit through a lot of games to where everyone else got to leave. And it was over at halftime, and we had to sit through the rest of the game. The 02 Iron Bowl, 01 Iron Bowl that was 31-7 or something, Andrews Al, like that was pretty bad. But those two, for personally, was just, I wanted it so bad, and it was right there, and it just felt like it was yanked out from under us.
Great phone call, Michael. We appreciate it, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. 888-9-TIGER-9 334-887-3401.
02 Georgia is one
bad.
for me.
Bad.
Because it was just bitter cold. And for where I was sitting, the wind was just whipping right in the back of my neck and just completely frozen the whole game. We lose everybody. You know, I mean, everybody's gone by the end of that game. We're just hanging on for dear life. And we fourth and 21, 22, and they just throw it up for Michael Johnson there in the end zone. And our guy just kind of falls down. And it just I was sitting around a bunch of Georgia fans, and they just erupted. And that was one of the most sinking feelings. I mean, it was, you know, when you literally you slump down. That one's one that stays with me for a while, and will be with me for a while.
95 Georgia, bad one, really bad. I mean, it was a tie game. We tie 94 Georgia.
Yeah.
That's as bad as the loss.
Well, 96 was tied and then went into overtime.
Well, 93 you're undefeated.
Yeah,
can't play for it. 94, you get to Georgia, you're undefeated.
Yeah.
And you had that type of a stretch, and then the tie.
Should have won that game.
Oh, yes, and it was one that was just poorly handled. Of course, you move on, you lose to Alabama in a close one, but still, that was another you're an Auburn fan. Back in the day, you know, you grew up in the 80s.
Yeah.
You were an Auburn fan. You just go ahead and say, when's it coming?
Clearly that had an effect on the Iron Bowl. I mean, it was just like, it totally took the wind out of ourselves. No way we fall behind 21-0 if we win that game against Georgia. Up against the break here, love to hear from you. Worst loss is what we're talking about. Is it a blowout? Is it a close game? Why is it the 63 Auburn-Mississippi State game on the road? 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. Up against the break. Don't go anywhere. More to come right after this. Welcome back, everyone, to the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Andy and Randy here with you for a couple of more segments in today's show. Give us a call, 1-888-9-TIGER-9, toll-free locally at 334-887-3401. Chime in on the discussion, worst losses in your memory. Was it a blowout? Was it a close game? We were running down, they talked at ESPN, they talked to some of the coaches. Gus Malzahn talked about the two high school state championship games that they lost. One of them was in double overtime. The other one was a very close loss at the end. Rhett Lashley was a quarterback in one of those games. Of course, he mentioned the Florida State-Auburn game as well as one that he said he thinks about those three games at least once every single day of his life, I believe. David Cutcliffe said it was the last year, that debacle, Miami 30, Duke 27, where Duke thought they had won. It was the laterals and all that. It turns out that, of course, it was illegal play, but Miami ended up winning. Mark Rick said it was the Oklahoma-Florida Florida State National Championship game when he was offensive coordinator. They lost 13-2. That one stays with him. Bill Snyder said it was the Big 12 championship where they lost to Texas A&M. Kansas State was number one team in the country. I remember that one pretty well, to be quite honest with you. I was pulling for Texas A&M. Sorry, Bill. Let's go back to the phone line.
Let's see who we got. Plainsman, you're on Sports Call.
Hey guys.
Hey, we're glad to have you, Plainsman.
Hey, I'm glad to be here as well. I want to give you three games that I just think about all the time. When you wake up at 2 a.m. in the morning, you're just still thinking about them. I'm a child of the 80s, so I lived through the 80s. I know I go back a long time. So I'm going to start with number 3, and I'm going to go to number 1. My third worst loss was the Van Tiffen kick. That just ripped my heart out. My second worst loss is a game. I was a student at Auburn, and I went to the game and with my friends as a student, and it was the 7-6 earthquake game. That ended up playing a huge significance because if we had won that game, we'd have played Notre Dame for a national title.
No doubt.
And then number 1 will always be, and this is number 1 by a long shot. I flew all the way to California, and it's the Auburn-Florida State national title game. I relive that all the time. I'll never understand how we managed to throw that one away.
Randy can commiserate with you a little bit. He flew out there to California as well. Yeah, that one, I think that one gets mentioned and will be mentioned quite a bit. That you just don't get to a national championship game very often, and when you have a lead like that and it slips away, it just I'm sure most Auburn fans won't ever just let that one go.
Yeah, I really can't. After that game, I've lost all confidence in Coach Malzahn, and he'll have to do a whole lot for me to gain that confidence back in him. And so that's kind of where I am, guys. Y'all have a good day.
Appreciate the call. Thanks so much. Worst losses. Nobody had mentioned that one so far, but I'm one of the few, I think, that I look back and I'm never going. I don't think I'm ever going to look back and say that's in my. It's not my top 5 really. Worst losses ever. I don't know why that is. I think it has a lot to do with the season. I've mentioned this before about that season being so unbelievable, and just being there in the stadium to witness the miracle, to witness that catch against Georgia, to witness, Chris Davis, going 109 yards. It just, I don't know. It's just something about, I cannot look back on that with any kind of bad memories. I don't know. It's maybe, I don't know. I've compartmentalized it. I don't know. But that it's as bad as, I'm not saying it wasn't bad. I'm not saying I wasn't crushed, but it doesn't compare with some of the other ones in my mind, though.
Go back and rewatch it.
That may be another reason I haven't rewatched.
I do think that if you did that, you would come back with a different opinion. Because unfortunately, I had somewhat the same opinion you did, and I've rewatched it. Oh man, that's a tough rewatch in the first half. So many opportunities, so many ways that you could have ran away with this thing. Plays that were made by a good athlete in Winston. I'm not going to turn that away, but still, it was. If you watch the two teams, you just leave saying that Florida State's got pieces, but man, we look like we were superior. Really do, and it's an unfortunate. I'm not going to go back and relive it again in my mind. I don't think about it as badly as a few others. I'll put it that way, but it's a tough rewatch. Andy,
yeah.
Do it.
I don't know if I can. I have a hard time, bringing myself to watch some of these games like that.
Let's go back to the phone lines. Will, you're on Sports Call. Will, you there with us?
Yes, I am.
Glad to have you, buddy.
How are you doing?
Good.
Has anybody mentioned the 07 LSU game?
Not the 07 one, no.
The one where Demetrius Byrd, where Les Miles decides to throw it. I
think we lost Will.
We remember where he was going with this stuff.
Yes.
Do you want to finish his comments?
Well, going into that game, I didn't, I was proud of Auburn for playing as well as they did in that game. And for, I thought maybe played above our head a little bit and had the lead. And then all LSU needs is a field goal to win. And they drop back and throw a 40-yard, 35-yard pass into the end zone. And all we got to do is knock it down.
It's just many during that stretch, though, that Les Miles got away with.
No.
It's a few years
missing 5 field goals in 05.
Yeah.
That one, I think, hurts me more than 07. Because, again, chance after chance after chance after chance. And there toward the end, I'm like, Tubby, go for it. What are you doing? Don't send Ball back out there. He's missed 4.
Will,
just go for it.
You back with us, Will? Yeah, I thought we had Will back.
Hey, he's same place as Jason Caldwell. They're off having a drink together. Who knows?
We lost a few of the phone calls out there, but we've had a lot come through lately. We've got plenty of time. Got about, 12, 13 more minutes left in the program today. So if you still got a game that haunts you, call in with that. 888-9-TIGER-9, 334-887-3401 during one of the breaks. Check it out 24/7. One of our great phone callers each and every week. And Eli Stove, turning a lot of heads. Good article there that we pushed out. And Andy, other names you're expecting and any surprises you're expecting to see? And I think that was our question of the day the other day, wasn't it?
I think it was. Underrated players maybe that you haven't. Daniel Thomas seems to keep continue. If nothing else, I think he plays on special teams. But,
Robert E. Lee kid.
They say he likes to hit. And for safety, I think that's what you want.
I'll bring up one that played for 4 years, never got him off the field, Darren Bates. 2-star out of the state of Mississippi. Guy was a hitter. Guy was a tackling machine. I don't know how many he ended up with. Probably close to 300 in 4 years.
I would.
Made his way onto some NFL rosters and good player. It's not all about,
should have left him at safety probably.
Position, need move. Knew he was physical and knew he couldn't fill a need, I guess, at the time.
He was a tackling machine. You're exactly right. Other guys, who knows?
One that came out of nowhere from me last year, and it wasn't out of nowhere because I expected more out of him once he got there, was Steven Roberts.
Oh, yeah?
And it's not that I expected more out of him and he wasn't producing. It was just he didn't get on the field. And the moment he got on the field last year, if you're in the stands and you're out there watching, you're like, hold up a bit. He's physical. No, he's not the biggest guy. He's not 6'3", not 210. He's not Barron or some of these other guys that are, first ones off a bus at safety. Who cares? That he needed to please not come back off the field within the first couple of games. And He's one that I this year recruited out of Opelika High School and more of a corner in high school. Moved over to safety, I believe. I'm could be off there, but in All-Star game he played corner. He's one that I'm hoping is an unsung hero because I think he likes it. I like kids that like playing physical, and you can't hide that, Andy.
Oh, I think Trey Matthews 100% after shoulder surgery in the offseason. I mean, you got Matthews, you got Ruffin, you got Stephen Roberts. I feel safety that we may separate the ball from some receivers this year. Maybe we can keep from getting kicked out of the game, but because you got to be careful nowadays. You can't hit in your rose green. Used to, but hopefully looking forward to that. Up against our final break here, but 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887. First loss. What is it? Is it one of the ones more famous out there? One final segment right after this.
Lord Almighty, feel my temperature rise. Higher, higher.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final segment of the Thursday Sports Call. Andy here with you until 6 o'clock, taking you home. Still time to get that final phone call in. 1-888-9-TIGER-9 toll free locally at 334-887-3401. We were talking about the worst loss of your life as an Auburn fan, as any fan. We were talking, the ESPN asked the coaches loss was. Gus Malzahn mentioned his 2 high school games and the Florida State Auburn. It's about daily. We were talking about, we mentioned, what always meant, of course, the national championship game. Florida State Auburn was mentioned. I mentioned 2002 Georgia. Randy mentioned 94, the tie. Wasn't necessarily a loss, but it was still maybe even worse. Be worse than a loss. 2007, LSU was mentioned. 2002 Florida. I mentioned as well the Texas A&M Auburn game in 2012. I know that. I mean, you don't really think about a 63-21 game, but that there's just something about it. I mean, it was just that the point. I think that was the point where I knew that Auburn had quit, and that season was absolutely, totally going down the toilet. And it was. I probably should have figured that out about 3 or 4 games earlier. But anyway, if you got any thoughts on that, you can give us a call. Some interesting developments. 10 SEC games sure to impact the playoff. Number 1 on the list from ESPN was Ole Miss State in Orlando, September 5th. That game has got a whole lot more interesting. Florida State's quarterback that finished the season last year injured his foot and will be out for the I don't know if he's going to be out for the entire season. Well, he certainly will not play against Florida State against Ole Miss. So DeAndre Francois is going to more than likely get the start. I don't know if that's actually been announced yet, but he's the clear leader for that job. Sean McGuire is the one who suffered a broken foot 4 weeks. So all of a sudden, you said, we were talking during the break, it's hard to get a line on Ole Miss. They've got a brutal schedule. I mean, how good is Chad Kelly? I mean, how can he carry that team? I mean, Ole Miss just does not run the ball extremely well. Hadn't done that since Freeze has been there.
Now, the big question, though, Laquan Treadwell gone, how much does that hurt? Having a playmaker like that at receiver, we'll have to see. I think we'll know in the first couple of weeks. Cody Core also gone. 2 good-sized physical receivers that they had on that roster. They don't run the ball that well, and I don't think Kelly does either. The boy can throw it around, and his numbers were off the charts last year. I think he's a gamer. My question is their defense. Let's take a giant leap backwards, and if they do, I don't know that their offense can make up that big of a difference. Quick update up there, Andy. I'm just looking through. It was a 4-point lead for the U.S. women in the third in basketball. You want to talk about France? Okay. You want to talk about the biggest upset? I mean, there's not one close to that. And by, I think, an average score 55 points. Didn't you say that?
I don't know if I did. That sounds right.
I think that's from you.
Did I say that?
Last week sometime, I think.
Probably. That sounds like me.
55. I mean, for them to lose.
Yeah, that'd be on the chin.
I wonder when they lost last.
It's a good question. How long has that been women's basketball been in the Olympics? Here I go again, put you on the spot.
I think Ruthie Bolton played on the '84 Olympic team. I mean, that was professional outside of Europe. I mean, how long has the WNBA been around? We're talking about in the last 15 years? I'd say the late 90s.
Okay. I mean, of course, it was college and the men's for years as well.
But even back in the 80s and early 90s, it was the top players played.
Right.
I think Bolton played in multiple Olympics.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Necessarily when she was at Auburn. I think we took our best.
Well, What'd you say in the third?
47-38 now. So, excuse me, it's a 9-point lead. Yeah.
Okay, well, they heard you.
Many others looked at it and thought the same.
Well, the men won by 3 points.
They've had several games like that.
Yeah. Well, that would, I think still that would be a monumental upset if they were to go down. The whole Al Jazeera report with the NFL players a while back that implemented Peyton Manning as well, implemented James Harrison, I believe, Clay Matthews, a couple other ones, Julius Peppers. Now the NFL saying that if you guys don't do interviews and until you do the interviews. Now, I mean, I don't know if anybody's accusing anybody of anything, but just the fact that this is just another example of Roger Goodell and the NFL administration saying, we tell you what to do, and you better do it.
Players' representation is awful.
Yeah.
I mean, who got that job? They now don't get paid until what, their contract, or is it their second contract? It's like year 5 or 6 where they actually start making real money.
Right.
But what's the average career? 3 years in the NFL?
That's probably close.
None of it is.
None of it's guaranteed.
And that's
you can
part
sign
of,
a bonus.
that's part of the issue.
Yeah.
When you're playing a sport that's like, and I know there's more players. I get it. I get that you're dealing with different circumstances than you do with the NBA when you look up and Harrison Barnes getting paid an asinine amount of money. I mean, it's crazy.
Well, it's like, I mean, it's also Fielder. He's got three or four more years on his contract. He's going to get paid.
Yeah.
Even though he's done. Alex Rodriguez, they owe him for next year
How
as
do
well.
football players not have more leverage than that?
It's shocking. I don't know why the baseball union is so much stronger, but it is. It has been for 25
Basketball
years.
must be too.
It is. Basketball seems like they want to, I don't know. It's different. It's a different world in the NFL. That's going to pretty much do it for the Thursday edition of Sports Call. Thanks so much for all of you out there listening today. I and Scott Hardy will be with you tomorrow at 4 o'clock. Be sure to tune in then. For Randy Lee, I'm Andy Graham saying so long for now, everybody. We'll talk again soon.